Chief Wine Coop as well.
We are broadcasting.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Devin T. Murphy. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Pinole. Thank you for joining us. I now call the regular scheduled meeting for May 3rd, 2023 to order. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to
the republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is item 2 of the agenda. We have the land acknowledgement. I will read the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you. Just the roll call as well as City Clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
I'll note for the record that Mayor Salini is absent this evening. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I am here.
Hayes.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
City Manager Murphy.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, April 28th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. The agenda and packet were amended and reposted after the initial publishing of the agenda to include the staff report for item 12A and to reflect the Zoom-only meeting format. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on agenda items this evening?
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is closed session. This evening, we will have one labor negotiations item, which is item 4A. Citizens may address the council regarding a closed session item prior to the council adjourning into closed session. And of course, because we're online this evening, there are no speaker cards, but please raise your hand or we should have the information for public comment on the screen as well. The item 4A is conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives include City Manager Murray, City Attorney Casher, and Human Services Director Shell. Employee organization includes all groups, unrepresented employee, all employee. And we will, do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk?
Good evening. At this time, there are no public comments.
Okay. Perhaps I will wait just at least maybe one more minute, just because it's been a quick turn.
Sure. There are no public comments.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Actually, well, there we go. Wait a second. We do have one.
Wonderful. I'm glad we waited a minute.
Yep. We will go ahead with Debbie Long.
Okay, I'm not sure because I kind of missed something. Are these public comments related to closed session? And you'll have the other public comments when they return back from closed session?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then I have nothing to say. Have a great closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other comments?
No, there is only one citizen online at this time.
All right. Thank you so much. So council will convene into a closed session. We will see everyone back by 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Devin Murphy, and welcome back to our meeting. Item 5, we're now reconvening an open session to announce the results of closed session. And there is no report from closed session this evening, so thank you all. And next on the agenda is citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening?
A couple of citizens. Raphael Menace.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And tonight, for citizens to be heard, I'd like to talk about 2 topics. First off, the rate of COVID is increasing, unfortunately, in the city of Pinole. So if people have been taking fewer precautions like not wearing masks, due to resume taking those precautions until such time as the current spike passes. Secondly, as many of you are probably aware, there was recently a draft opinion leaked from the Supreme Court of the United States on a case basically overturning Roe v. Wade and Casey. While this case in and of itself wouldn't directly affect the city of Pinole because it's governed by California law, which guarantees the right to abortions separately from Roe v. Wade and Casey, I would like to draw the public's attention to a few lines within the opinion itself. On page 5, it states that if a right isn't explicitly stated in the Constitution, it's only applied if it's deeply rooted in the nation's history and tradition. And then on pages 32 and 33, we happen to have a convenient list of past cases that Justice Alito believes are not deeply rooted in tradition. Some of them are Griswold v. Connecticut, the right to have contraception, Virginia, legalizing interracial marriage, Lawrence v. Texas, decriminalizing sodomy, and Oberfeld v. Hodges, legalizing gay marriage. This opinion, if adopted by the court, in my opinion, would make 15th amendments. I strongly urge the residents of Pinole and to express their distress over this suggested dismantling of significant portions of precedent covering privacy rights. While the decision itself only directly repeals Roe v. Wade, and why there would need to be a list of other decisions that are explicitly called out as not deeply rooted when that's noted as a fatal flaw in Roe v. Wade. Thank you.
We have Debbie Long.
Council. I was asked by a Pinole resident, Carol Sherman, to share the following with you. In 1985, her grandmother, Carmen Vasquez, was raped and murdered in Richmond. The man that murdered her was eventually found, tried, and sentenced to San Quentin's death row. He was known criminal within Contra Costa County. In 2019, our current DA, Diane Becton, negotiated a plea deal for his release and did so without notifying the family, except for an uncle who was in the throes of dementia and didn't understand the call. This is but one of many examples of the policies within the DA's office and her disregard for the public safety of victims, their families, and the community as a whole. Carol goes on to say that in June, we are able to make a change within the DA's office by electing Mary Knox. And I would add to her story that the person, Lee Taylor, who raped and murdered her grandmother, was going to be retried on appeal by Mary Knox. However, Diane Becton instead granted him release on a plea deal. Further, on that day, Taylor was released on the plea deal. A former prosecutor that was there at the time the deal was struck made the following statement. The deputy district attorney assigned and the supervising district attorney had no sense of the facts of this case or state law and made the decision unprofessionally and recklessly, jeopardizing the safety of the public. Carol is making the following appeal. Unlike Diane Becton, Mary is tough on crime, standing for victims' rights and doing what needs to be done to get crime under control in our county. Please vote for Mary Knox for Contra Costa County DA. I'd like to add that this rapist and murderer now walks among us, and I can only guess how many others with a violent history of crime join him. Daily, I hear about robberies, theft, vandalism that occur within our communities. People are saying that police often don't take reports, and why might that be? Because most crimes aren't being investigated or tried due to Diane Becton and her policies. I also would ask that those of you who have been a victim of crime and by way of a slap on the wrist, victims of Diane Becton's policy, vote for Mary Knox. Your vote sends a message that we want a safe environment to live and raise our families. Lastly, I'd like to add any elected official that has supported Diane Becton does not deserve your vote on any office they currently hold or may hold in the future. Do your homework before voting. Thank you.
Check for any more comments. Report.
Here, can you hear me, Consul?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Consul, staff, and public. I really don't have anything prepared. However, I do want to strongly recommend and think about what's happening this year. There's an inflation, there's gas prices, food prices going up. People are running through a lot of hardships. And in addition to that, there's 3 of you who will be either running again or not running for office. And so I just want to make this statement. Whatever you decide will be we're going to grade you according to what you left behind, your legacy. Don't forget that we are in the budget era right now. And with all of this, you approve something, and guess what? It's going to be 2 or 3 times more than what it is. We have some hardships right now. We have some contracts coming up. We have Station 74 that needs a lot of help and future discussion. Who knows, we might need more money. Secondly, Pinole Senior Center, if none of you have gone by and seen the place, it's a bad shape. But you know what? We use it almost every day. I will be at the food bank serving there on Monday. It's horrendous. We need some help there. And in addition to that, just quickly, we have the annual animal service contract coming up. So if those are not a priority, I don't know what is. Let me just say this, Consul. Anything that you look in the budget that looks like something you want, ask your question. Is this what other people want too? Is that what they need to live off of in the next year or so? It's going to be a hardship for all. Do not waste any money, taxpayers' money, for your own benefit. Because guess what? November election time is only 6 months away. Believe me, there will be people out there walking the streets and making sure that no special interest, nobody else gets what they want, because we're all in this together. And let me just say something, Consul. So far, I did watch the financial subcommittee meeting, and I felt that it was very viable. However, there's a few things I disagree with. Do not bring issues in the past. Do not waste city managers, city attorney time, staff for special interest projects that have been tabled, because guess what? We'll see you in November, and we'll see you sooner than that. Thank you, and
There are no more public comments.
Continue on with the agenda. I'd like to just give one more minute for public comment that may just come in. Well, thank you so much to all the residents and interested individuals in making public comment this evening. The next item on our agenda is our reports and communications. Our mayor is out tonight, and so I will give a report in his. Just a couple of updates and communications both to the council and the public. Last week, I missed my first council meeting. I joined the MCE Clean Energy Legal and Policy team to lobby in Washington, officials capital, to support really a number of initiatives and programs that we're hoping will be earmarked by. A little bit about this trip. So last Friday, for folks who don't know, last Friday was the deadline for congressional members to decide on their earmark programs. That basically earmarks are funding that is designated for a specific purpose. And each congressional member gets to recommend or propose about 10 different projects that can benefit their district. And so I joined the LC Burrito mayor, as well as MCE Clean Energy's legal and policy team to lobby for a total of $3 million to come back to specifically our area, as well as the county and MCE's member service areas. So we lobbied our Contra Costa congressional delegation, including other members as well of MCE's member communities. That includes Solano County and Napa counties. Here's what's the breakdown. We asked our congressional members to fund $2 million to expand electric vehicle charging across Pinole, but also across Contra Costa County and MCE's member communities. We asked for $500,000 to expand for more energy storage. We've talked on council before about the need for energy storage, particularly for our emergency facilities. MCE has requested that our Contra Costa County congressional delegation members add a $500 increase to our ready funding that's designated for energy storage. And last but not least, something that is very beneficial to the residents of Pinole, we asked for an increase in $1 million for MCE's Healthy Home program. Again, between electric vehicle charging, as well as the energy storage and our Healthy Homes program, these are already programs that Pinole residents are benefiting from. Our hope was that we would actually expand that MCE's membership communities. What I'm excited to announce is that between this week and last week, which was really exciting, we have moved forward at least one of those requests. So the $1 million for Healthy Home programs has now been funded, or at least projected to be funded, and that helps weatherization of homes. That helps residents save money on energy bills, while it also reduces greenhouse gas emissions. So again, this is already a program that residents as well as business owners can participate in, but it's also an opportunity for us to, again, expand on that program and let about 200 more families benefit from that $1 million. So as a reminder, I do serve on MCE's executive committee as well as technical committee. So I'm always open to discussing the programs and benefits to our residents. If any council members or the public has any questions, feel free to email me. It was a great trip, and we're hoping that the other two asks that we requested from our congressional members are successful as well. So that being said, last but not least, we also have a technical committee meeting for MCE's tech committee on Thursday at 8 a.m. The information's on mcecleanenergy.org if you want to check out the agenda. Last two things, I wanted to just encourage folks to attend my coffee and conversation this month. That'll be on May 16th at 9 a.m. Our last coffee and conversation was great. We had some new folks. I really appreciated some of those new members of the community coming out. Please come out on May 16th on Sunday at 9 a.m. at East Bay Coffee. Would love to talk to folks more about the issues that impact you and all. And of course, last but not least, I really do appreciate some of the residents who've spoken up in talking about what seems to be a national decision. I just want to reassure everybody that not only will I, as your Mayor Pro Tem, if you are listening right now, continue to work relentlessly to safeguard the right to safe and legal abortion in California. I also will ensure that I will also work to ensure that Pinole in California is a place that women can continue to exercise their reproductive freedoms in a safe environment. We know how important it is and how important this moment is to stand up. And I want to make sure that folks know we hear you, we see you, and we're in this movement together. So thank you so much. And I will leave it at that. So appointments, there are none this evening. So I will continue down to council committee reports and communications. Councilmember Toms.
Yes, thank you. On Friday, I attended the League of California Cities Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee. And there were two bills that we discussed. One was Assembly Bill 2053, sponsored by Lee, and is called Social Housing. And what this bill does is it sort of creates a housing authority for the state. The recommendation on that bill was to support it if it's amended. And the amendments need to include that development standards for a city be followed. The sites need to be identified in the housing element. There needs to be a definition for high quality transit. We still, cities and local JPAs still need to receive their infrastructure fees, and that this would be a new source of funding and not compete with existing nonprofit affordable housing projects. So that's where that stood. And then the second bill that we discussed was AB 2295 from Bloom. And this is a school property housing bill. This would allow properties owned by school districts to develop housing on their sites. Recommend that this be supported if amended. And we want to make sure that, currently school district properties do not generate property tax. And we want to make sure that if there's housing on a school site, that they're going to pay their property tax. That growth boundaries are exempted from this. And as an example, there's a lot of school district owned properties that are outside of Contra Costa County's urban limit line. And we want to make sure that those are not eligible to be developed for housing projects. There was some discussion about who might occupy those homes, if they're current employees or former employees, and what happens if somebody is no longer employed by a district. And again, that these be eligible for counting towards our housing reports. And then the other meeting that I attended was the Industrial Association of Contra Costa County. They had a forum on workforce development, and just a couple of the takeaways that I noted from this is that that students at a very young age need to understand what their choices would be. They need to know, identify a pathway or, at least some directions of what are some of the jobs that are out there, so they can start thinking about, what track they might be interested in going on as they grow. A lot of students don't know what they want to do until maybe their senior year, and then they start exploring positions. There was a notation that there was an ETP funding. It's Employment Training Panel. There's funding that's available for businesses to tap into to provide training for their employees. There was also some discussion that employers should share their benefits up front to help lure employees. And then there should be some work to retain your employees, including building engagement with employees and professional development. That should be skill focused and not job focused. So I'll end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Toms. Councillor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. A couple of things to report on. April 22nd, WCTAC met, and for the most part, we heard about a Richmond Parkway grant. The WCTAC received notification from Caltrans of a conditional grant award for a Richmond Parkway environmental justice and regional mobility study. And this grant, interestingly, is in the amount of $562,000+ with a local match requirement of $72,000+. So it's a nice ratio there. The application was a partnership with the City of Richmond Public Works Department and the Contra Costa County Conservation and Development Department. And the City of Pinole was acknowledged in the list of this project supporters back when WCTAC proposed it. Our former senior engineer, director of community development, was part of that. And the study is going to be taking a look at a number of things, including cut-through traffic and pedestrian safety, goods movement, and a variety of users. So we'll be hearing more about that. I also attended the Industrial Association Forum Luncheon. So thank you for a well-rounded report, Councilmember Toms. I heard loud and clear about the need for pipeline and training programs early on, exposing youth as early as elementary school to the gamut of livelihoods, and the trades and non-traditional training and internships support that would be available through the state program that you mentioned, the State Employment Training Panel. On April 28th, I have a vice chair. Cal City's Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee was included largely informational items, but among the things discussed was the state sales appropriation limit. We'll be hearing more about that in the news. And so we can expect that after the governor revises his budget based on most current economic forecast, the legislation will be taking a look at that, as well as continuing to discuss how the state might use any additional sales taxes that it has accumulated over the past 2 years. There are constitutional requirements as to how those taxes are used, but there are also alternative ways that it could be used. And Cal City's budget requests include state mandated program costs that are owed to local governments in the amount of about $933 million, financing housing and economic development programs, about $500 million, and local assistance for organic waste recycling program development and implementation, about $180 million. With that, the committee is tracking a number of bills, including some that it will be supporting, that Cal Cities will be supporting. AB 2622, zero emission bus exemption. It would extend to 2023 the sales and use tax exemption that is provided to cities, counties, and most pertinent to us here in Pinole, the transit agency, WestCat, for example, for zero emission transit buses. Also, Senate Bill 843, renters tax credit, would increase the amount of the renters credit to $1,000 for spouses filing joint returns, heads of households, and surviving spouse filers, and to $500 for all other tax filers. We also heard a bit about history, a historical overview of cannabis tax policy, because of the effects of taxing at different points, from cultivation to retail sales, has affected small businesses differently than what was expected. There are fewer incentives to make cannabis available legally than the illegal market, it turns out. So there are plenty of lessons to be learned. And among them is that it's best to plan for a gradual, effective local policy that has overall better impacts on public health and local commerce, rather than experience the consequences of state regulations and impacted local sales taxes. That's it for me. Thank you very much. Stay well. And I echo ongoing use of masks, given the current state or situation that we find ourselves with an uptick in COVID variant cases. So be well, stay well. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martinez-Rubin. Councillor Tate.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to briefly go over, I attended the Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Committee's meeting last week. I wanted to give you just the two bills that we were talking about. Senate Bill 1328, McGuire, prohibited investment of contracts, prohibited investments in contracts for Russia and Belarus. And then SB 1173 Gonzalez, Public Retirement System, Fossil Fuels Divestment. So just those two titles, you guys can probably imagine there was a pretty lively discussion surrounded around, namely our pensions, and the PERS and STIRS investment strategies, and this call for divestment. There was a really robust discussion about pretty much how we spend our money, how we invest our money on those larger scales. And ultimately, there was a no from the group to support these two. But I gotta say, it was a lot to talk about, and just, you know, what the future holds, right? There was a lot of discussion around oil production and gas production. There was a lot of discussion about around the fossil fuels, and just divesting from a lot of Russia and Belarus companies that are also refinery companies. And given the state of things where gas prices are, there's a lot of discussion as to how it's all interconnected. And I think that the no action was kind of to try to slow down in anticipation of what may come in the future with the economy, inflation, and other items. So a lot of that stuff was discussed. It was great conversation, but I think those are two bills that this council should probably take a look at. And I could forward this to the city clerk just so that you guys can review a little bit about what this was, because it does affect our pensions or our employee pensions. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Other than that, I too am very troubled about what just came down from the Senate about Roe v. Wade. I just find it very troubling that government can step into a medical procedure. And, you know, one of the speakers mentioned what happens next. I mean, what else is there? I think it's a very troubling time, and I encourage every citizen to really do some homework on this one, because it's going to affect our lives directly. And I think that it's important for everybody to understand what this means, and to advocate appropriately. So that's all for me. Just, you know, we did see an uptick in COVID cases, so please wear a mask when you can, and when you go out, and, you know, just be mindful of symptoms. I think that's another big thing that I think, you know, a lot of people are getting comfortable this summer. Just if you start not feeling well, make sure that you quarantine, stay at home, and monitor your symptoms. So other than that, everybody, it's good to see everyone on Zoom. I was hoping to be in person, but I'm sure we'll get back to it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. Before I move on to the next item, I want to make sure there were no public comments for items 7A, 7B.
No virtual hands at this time, but I'll give it a few more seconds. I see none.
All right, thank you, Deputy City Clerk. The next item is 7D, Council requests for future agenda items. Are there any requests for future agenda items from the council?
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, one virtual hand did just pop up. Did you want to go ahead and take that comment?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it is from Cordell Hindler. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So I have some new items to bring forward to you to be put on the agenda for June 21st. Here it is. Number one is to consider inviting Sabrina Landreth to provide an update on how COVID has impacted park services, because if you recall last month when the Friends of Pinole Water Creek shed folks came to talk to you all about how they have to clean up the park in that area, I was very impressed. So hopefully that Sabrina will provide an update on how this been impacted park services. That's one. And then number two is I was thinking that for the June 21st agenda is to invite Ms. LaVonna Martin to provide an update on homelessness, because that's been a concern for quite some time. And I figured that this would be the right opportunity to have her to come provide an update to you all about how homelessness has become an issue. So I'm just asking that the council would consider having these folks coming for June 21st. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have Irma Report.
Mayor, is this for the D?
Just to be clear, Ms. Rupert, these are public comments for A through C. I was going to open.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'd like 7D on agenda, so should I wait?
You can wait, or you can wait. Right now, we're just asking for public comments for 7A through C.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go ahead and just take me off. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments for items 7A through 7C?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 7D, council requests for future agenda items. Are there any council members who would like to request a future agenda item? See any? Do you have any public comments about item 7D?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really quick, Mayor, just a question that I have. Has the animal services contract, will it be agendized in the next couple of weeks? I know it has to be signed. I believe it's June or July. The city of Richmond tabled theirs for the next meeting. However, when it's agendized, I'd like to see Beth Ward, the administrator of the Animal Services Department, and Supervisor Joya both present and be here at the meeting, troubling things going on with the contract, why a lot of things. I can't speak right now because it's only the agenda. And please read the report before it's agendized. But could you please ask to the city manager, when will the animal services contract be agendized?
Rupert. City Manager Murray, did you have a quick answer for when this will at least be agendized?
Yeah, it's tentatively planned for the next council meeting on May 17th, and we'll have a presentation by a member of the leadership team of Animal Services when City Council considers that item.
Thank you. Any other items, any other comments for public comments for council requests for future agenda items?
Yes, Rafael Menace.
Sure. This isn't so much a request for a future agenda item as it is a request of a timeline for a previously placed agenda item. Do we know when the proclamation on Ukraine is going to come back to the council for review? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
May 17th.
Oh, thank you, City Manager Murray. Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any other public comments?
Check. No, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is City Manager Report and Department Staff, 7E.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to preview what's coming up at our next council meeting. So tentatively scheduled for May 17th. We are expecting to have a closed session where the City Council is going to review offers that the city has received regarding 612 tenant, that's the Collins House. We've been marketing that property for sale, and the proposals or letters of interest were due recently. So we'll be discussing that. We're expecting to have some new appointments to the Community Services Commission. We're expecting to have the resolution in support of Ukraine. There'll be a presentation of the sanitary sewer master plan and the sewer management plan and adoption of that. There is going to be a resolution clarifying the enforcement mechanism regarding AB 1276, which relates to single-use plastics. There's going to be a resolution regarding Cal City's position on the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. We'll have 2 third quarter reports, one on the budget, one on investments. A contract approval for an update to our land use permitting software system, Trackit. We will see the revised proposed long-term financial plan. As I mentioned before, we'll have a presentation from Animal Services and consideration of the new agreement with Animal Services. There'll be consideration of an application that was submitted to memorialize Dean Allison, a prominent community member. There'll be a presentation of the local road safety plan that was recently completed, and also a presentation of the preliminary proposed capital improvement plan. So a full agenda with a lot of different items on it coming up for May 17th. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any public comments on that report?
Comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll go ahead to our City Attorney report. City Attorney Casher, if you will.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good to see everyone. Just 2 quick updates. We have our next Municipal Code Update Subcommittee meeting this coming Monday, May 9th. We will be discussing with the subcommittee updates to the municipal code related to code enforcement matters. So code enforcement lien process and some cleanup items for the municipal code, as well as an update to the city's code of ethics. So we'll be discussing those 2 items at the subcommittee level. I did want to mention that I'll be attending the Cal City's City Attorneys Conference the next 3 days down in Carlsbad. I want to give a little shout out to our Assistant City Attorney, Alex Mogg, who will be co-presenting on some of the new housing laws at the conference. And I'll be leading a discussion, a town hall discussion of diversity, equity, and inclusion on Thursday. There's about 450 registered attendees. So I think most of the city attorneys from throughout the state will be there. And we hope to bring back some of the best practices and things that we learn from those in attendance. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. Any public comments for that report?
No public comments.
All right. Thank you all so much. And thank you, staff, for your reports as well. Before we move on to item A, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break and recess. So please bear with us, and thank you, public, for your patience. Council back. We have our city staff back. Mr. Murray, are you with us? City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk Stone, excuse me.
Yes,
Yes, I am here.
Fantastic. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We will continue on with the agenda, and we have item 8, which is recognitions, presentations, and community announcements. Tonight, our first proclamation is proclamation number 1, Public Service Employee Recognition Week. City Council, please join me in reading this honor. Public Service Recognition Week, May 1st through the 7th, 2022. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These individuals do the work that keeps our nation working, and across our nation, public employees take not only positions, but oaths. And whereas Public Service Recognition Week is a time set aside each year to honor all individuals who serve our nation as federal, state, county, and local government employees, and whereas many public servants risk their lives each day in service to the people of our communities, as well as provide the diverse services desired by the American people with integrity and efficiency. And
whereas public servants provide the institutional knowledge, experience, and continuity that supports the long-term sustainability of our community, assets, and organizational history. And
whereas here in our city, our staff promotes and sustains the high quality of life in Pinole, and in partnership with our community, delivers cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And
whereas the city of Pinole has 125 dedicated employees, of which 30% have over 1 decade of continuous service to our community, and of those employees, 43% have over 2 decades of continuous service to our community.
Now, Tim for the city of Pinole, on behalf of the city of Pinole, do hereby proclaim that May 1st, 2022 through May 7th, 2022 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, and especially our city of Pinole employees. Thank you. This one is awarded, I'm assuming all city employees are coming to the stage right now. All 125 come into the chat box, please. Thank you all so much, and thank you for your public service. Is there any comments from the council on this proclamation? So they're Tate.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that's out there working. And you know, it goes unseen, but I just want everybody in Pinole to know that we have a lot of hardworking staff that are working to get you guys services. And I see it every day when I drive through Pinole, and I just wanted to say thank you, and on behalf of those citizens, and just say thank you to all the public servants out there.
Thank you, Councilor Toms.
yes, I wanted to just echo that sentiment that public employees go above and beyond. They are the stopgap for when there's an emergency, for our day-to-day needs in the city, whether it's police, fire, our sewer district, office, recreational needs, all of that. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Public service employees don't work for the recognition, but when the recognition is there, I'm certain it's welcomed and much appreciated, because we do acknowledge that without you, our city wouldn't run, it wouldn't function, it wouldn't operate. And when we have members of the public wonder where their dollar goes, it's often the most visible kinds of services that they recognize, but there's so much that happens behind the scenes. So to everyone who has been with us more than a decade, you've seen the various shifts that our city has gone through. Thanks for hanging in there with us. And also thank you for staying on to see additional kinds of shifts that can continue to provide the service that you would be proud of, to be part of. Thank you, and enjoy the Service Recognition Week. I got a glimpse of some of the fun things. So it is okay to have fun as well as a public service employee. Enjoy.
Indeed, please have fun this week. And thank you again to our 125 employees and all public both across the county and the nation. This week is a wonderful week. So yes, please have fun, enjoy, and celebrate yourselves in whatever way that means. Thank you so much. So our next proclamation for this evening is the
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have public comments.
Fantastic. Thank you, Deputy City Clerk.
We will start with Cordell Hindler. Go ahead.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I was going to say point of order. So my name is Cordell Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So as stated, I do acknowledge the hardworking individuals in Pinole. The fire department, they are fantastic. Every time when there's like, there's a house fire, it's like Pinole will be coming there on the scene, boom. And they put out the fires, and I say, and to me, that's pure bravery. That's pure. Also, for the police department, I'm like, wow. These officers have risked their lives every day to making sure that the residents of Pinole are safe, and it's just like it's incredible. And so I'm thinking that these departments have done a tremendous amount of work to making sure that the residents of Pinole are feeling safer, and I just like to acknowledge them. So with that, I will save my comments for the municipal clerk week. Might as well, I'm gonna keep raising my hand anyway.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk Stone. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Raphael Menace.
I'd like to start by, echoing the various comments that council made. There's a lot of work that city staff do that isn't observed, as I'm sure we've said before, we'll say again. I also like to note Councilmember Tons in particular, who does work when she's not acting as a council member at the county level as a municipal staff person, and therefore has a more direct view of the work that municipal staff do than perhaps many of us would. I think she deserves recognition as well, though she's not an employee of the city of Pinole. In that, I'd also like to thank police for keeping us safe, fire for helping keeping our lives safe, often dealing with a bunch of medical issues that they have to encounter, as well as the fires that they have to occasionally put out, probably more this year, given that we're still in a drought. Sewer for, dealing with our sewage day in and day out, because if they failed, we would all know about it and feel a marked negative impact. Recreation and the engineers department and community development for helping to keep the city clean and well developed and well paved and just keep everything working. The administrative staff for making sure that all of the behind the scenes functioning, the agendas, the budgets, all the sort of hidden details that nobody really thinks about if they're going well. That's all on administrative staff. And most of the time people don't notice it because most of the time they're doing a great job. So thank you for doing that. It's important. Thank you. And, thanks also to city's legal staff for helping to deal with the various legal issues that the city ends up running into, even though they're primarily contractors, they're still, workers with the city. So figure they fall under for this too. So, thanks to all city staff across all of their various departments. You're all doing important work and deserve recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace.
There are no more public comments.
So our next proclamation we have tonight is for Municipal Clerks Week. City Council, please join me in reading this honor. Third Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Two. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and virtual part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants. And the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at all. And
Whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And
whereas the professional municipal clerks serves as the elections official and custodian of records for the city and often acts as an information center on functions of local government and community. And
whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk.
For the city of Pinole, on behalf of Vincent Cellini, mayor of the state of California, on behalf of in the city of Pinole, proudly recognize May 1st through May 7th, 2022 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional stone and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Thank you. Comments from councilors. Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk and City Deputy Clerk, for the work that you do, continuing to be that liaison between the public and us council, as well as the entire city staff. Also for the work that you do in preparing the residents and the public in advance of the various activities that are going to be conducted by candidates this year. We have since it's an election year, and to help us ensure that that all candidates proceed and adhere to the requirements as necessary so that those elections are fair and that you are the eyes and ears so that we continue to do that and represent our constituents as well as possible. Appreciate your work and also for being the documentarians and the archivists of what has been going on here in Pinole over the years with regard to the functions of the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toms.
yes, I wanted to echo my thanks to Ms. Stone and Ms. Bell. The public doesn't always get to see the work that you do on a day-to-day basis, but the council members certainly do. And running an efficient council meeting, these two are incredibly organized and prepared. So thank you both.
Thank you. Councilor Tabe.
Thank you. You're doing a great job, and you know, the mission is well deserved. Yeah, just wanted to echo that and say thanks.
Also want to just echo the other members of the council and saying thank you so much to our city clerk as well as our deputy city clerk. It is both an honor to know you and to know a little bit about your personal life, but also the work that you do for us is instrumental and many of us such a short time frame without much notice and without but with all success often. And so thank you so much for your again, exemplary service and dedication to this work, the commitment, but also the passion that you have for the work that you do, which is not something that you have to have. It's something that you just happen to give as a gift to the city of Pinole and to us as a council. So thank you so much for all of your service. I would love to give you all a moment to speak as well, if that's something you would like to do.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd love to just express my thanks to the mayor and council for recognizing us with this proclamation this evening. We truly appreciate the support from you and from our colleagues. Take the opportunity to just highlight and recognize the hard work of our deputy city clerk, Roxanne Stone. She kind of just jumped into the scene and hit the ground running in our virtual meeting since being hired last year. I want to highlight Deputy Stone's long history in government across jurisdictions, including several years in Pinole as management analyst, managing special projects. She's already achieved her master's in public administration and is now working towards her municipal clerk certification. She has served in a variety of capacities, is used to juggling and wearing many hats. This is true now in her position as and she was the perfect addition to our staff. Those who know her well know that she has a can-do attitude, and I'm often just shocked at how quickly she responds to internal requests. So I just wanted to say that, give her a little bit more of an introduction out to the public as well. I know you will all get to know her, and express my thanks to all.
Thank you.
Yes, wow, what a way to put me on the spot, Heather. But thank you, Heather. You make it really easy. Heather is just a great mentor and a great person to work with, and you guys make it really easy. And I just appreciate the recognition. So thank you.
So back to you for a public comment.
And yes, we do. Thank you. And we do have a couple of public comments. We will start with Cordell Hindler. Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, Council. Wow. And have done an outstanding job. Every time when I look at, I always make sure that I look at when the agenda is coming out. So I'm like saying, okay, when will the agenda coming out? So I said, you guys make it so easy. It's like putting together the packets and handling like the in-person, the hybrid meetings, and I'm like, whoa, this is such an honor. And so I'm hoping that I will like get to see you all in person, hopefully. Because I mean, city clerk's job is not that hard to do. It's like, you know, doing the minutes, the agendas, and all of that stuff. And it's like, whew, y'all just make it so easy. So with that, Raphael, it's all yours.
Menace.
So first off, I'd like to start by thanking City Clerk Heather Bell and Deputy City Clerk Roxanne Stone for, you know, all the work they've done to, frankly, accommodate my many, many comments over the years of the council, both in person and in these hybrid meeting processes. I'd be remiss if I didn't begin on that front. And as a result of that, I've, you know, had an opportunity to work with them more closely with City Clerk Bell than with Deputy City Clerk Stone. And I'd like to echo the council's, you know, praise for their work. They've do a lot transitioning to hybrid, transitioning back and forth from hybrid to explicitly virtual. In this one particular meeting, making sure that everybody's notified, making sure the agendas are put together properly, making sure the minutes are put together properly, making any corrections that need to be made. And of course, as the proclamation notes, making sure that you're impartial and professional in all of this process. It's, I think I'll disagree with Mr. Hindler here, not necessarily that easy a task, but it's important to a clear line of communication from the community to the city, which is what the city clerk's office makes possible at these meetings. And also to have a record of the past so people can know what's happened and refer to it. And reference it. It's a way to maintain institutional knowledge when individuals pass on the records of the city clerk's office. Creates is often one of the main ways that institutional knowledge is maintained and recorded. So thank you both for your work between the community and the city, and between the city's present and its past and its future. Your work is well worth acknowledging. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all those who made public comment this evening. And again, thank you so much to our clerks, as well as all of our public service employees in the city of Pinole. Appreciate you and all the work you're doing. So thank you again. So our next item on the agenda is item 8B1, which is presentation by Greenbelt Alliance on the resilience book.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members.
Director Mishra.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff and members of public. Our Community Development Director, Lily Wellen, could not be here today to present this item on the agenda. I'm filling in for her to introduce Greenbelt Alliance team for the presentation. Tonight, we are joined by two members of the Greenbelt Alliance team to highlight the Resilience Playbook. The Greenbelt Alliance is a 60-year-old nonprofit that seeks to educate, advocate, and collaborate with the Bay Area's lands and communities to make it resilient to changing climates. The playbook was created as a go-to guide for accelerating equitable adaptation to the climate crisis in the Bay Area and brings together curated strategies, recommendations, and tools to support local decision makers and community leaders. This evening, we're joined by Berna Idris and Karen Rosenberg of the Greenbelt Alliance to talk about the playbook. As a resilience manager at Greenbelt Alliance, Berna advances research in equitable policy solutions to build community resilience while amplifying the role of nature-based solutions to address the climate crisis. Karen is a Contra Costa County native, and in addition to being a resilience associate at Greenbelt Alliance, is in her final year of her undergraduate degree at UC Berkeley. Welcome, Berna and Karen. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, council members and Pinole community members and city staff for having us. So exciting to be here tonight. I'm having some tech difficulties, so if I buffer, please let me know and my colleague can jump on to share screen. But after I introduce myself, I'll probably jump off my video so this presentation can go smoothly, but I wanted to say hi before I disappear. Thank you, Sanjay, for the introduction. Like Sanjay mentioned, my name is Berna Idris. I'm a resilience manager at Greenbelt Alliance, and I'm going to be presenting about the resilience playbook tonight. And I'm also joined by my colleague, Karen. Karen, if you want to introduce yourself again.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Rosenberg, and I'm a resilience associate at Greenbelt Alliance.
And Karen here is going to be taking notes about your comments and questions, and also following up with any resources and questions that come up in the chat. So if at any point in time I start to buffer or something isn't clear, please feel free to jump in and let me know, and I can go slower or make sure that I'm being clearly heard through the presentation. So let me just stop my video to make sure this goes smoothly. Okay, so I have the opportunity here to speak with you about our tool, the Resilience Playbook. But before we dive into our tool, I wanted to tell you a little bit more about Greenbelt Alliance. Like Sanjay mentioned, we're a regional organization, and we really focus on supporting a Bay Area of healthy, thriving, resilient communities that are made up of lands and people that are safe during climate disasters and recover quickly from wildfire, floods, and drought. We really believe that the Bay Area can be a place where everyone is living with nature in new and powerful ways to come for generations. And this understanding of resilience is really influenced by our legacy of advocating for the protection of the Bay Area's natural and working lands during our 60-year history. And to give you an example of a project that we worked on, if you've ever been to Point Reyes National Seashore with your family, way back in the early days before that was protected, Greenbelt Alliance worked on a campaign with other advocates to make sure that the seashore is protected. And that's just one example of the 9.9 million acres in the Bay Area that are protected open spaces that we've helped support. And we also know that the Bay Area is changing, and with the appropriate policies like the ones that we highlight in our resilience playbook, we really believe that our region and our cities have a unique opportunity to address both our housing issues while protecting the unique natural ecosystems and ensuring that our most vulnerable community members can respond to climate risks. So the bullets you see up here on the screen are some of the issue areas that we work on that we really care about at Greenbelt Alliance. And of course, I'm sure you are all aware of some of the challenges. We all know that California is on the front line of both climate issues and housing issues. Residents in our region are really facing significant economic, social, and health challenges as a result of some of the climate hazards that we're going to face. And of course, these hit some communities harder than others. And these impacts are really exacerbated by our history of exclusionary zoning and our growing income inequality. But at the same time, as a region and as a municipality, we really think there's an immense opportunity to take holistic approaches that advance solutions that address these overlapping environmental, economic, and social challenges simultaneously. And Greenbelt Alliance is very passionate about bringing together coalitions of advocates that care about this holistic policy vision. And so what we've come up with is this tool, the Resilience Playbook, and it was really informed by the fact that we're really fortunate to live in a place with a strong level of environmental awareness, and really proud to have so many residents, activists, and council members that dedicate their time to fighting climate change and protecting our communities. But at the same time, something that we've noticed is that local governments and local climate activists sometimes can feel overwhelmed and frustrated by the decisions that are being made and the pace that our solutions are moving at, and as well as not knowing how to connect with each other to make these tangible policy changes. So through our advocacy work over the last couple of years, and based on interviews with countless elected officials and partners, we really identified a need to support these complex relationships at Greenbelt Alliance in a way that's accessible and tangible for our community members and our city council members and our city staff. So we created this comprehensive tool, the Resilience Playbook, that really is geared towards bringing the public, policy practitioners, planners, and other stakeholders together to establish a common understanding of the climate challenges and opportunities that our region faces. So we're very excited to be telling you a bit more about this tool today and identifying how the city of Pinole can utilize our Resilience Playbook. So who is the playbook for? Like I mentioned, engage all different groups of stakeholders in climate resilience work. But one of the main ways that the Resilience Playbook can be used is when updating general plans as a baseline tool to gather equitable adaptation policies. It can also be used by community groups to learn about risks in an accessible way, and by city planners to identify key policies that they can put into plan updates. And I am going to dive a little bit more about what that looks like. So the playbook brings together a collection of curated strategies resources and toolkits from around the region to support local decision makers as they look to accelerate regional adaptation. And that specifically includes policy and planning recommendations about these issue areas that you see on the screen. There's practical template language that can directly be put into planning. And we really cover in depth the topics of equitable adaptation and meaningful public engagement, and provide recommendations on how cities can effectively engage the public in climate adaptation planning and in general plan updates. We also have planning strategies that address floods, drought, subsidence, sea level rise, and wildfire. And those are pulled from direct examples and case studies from the region and have been analyzed by local experts in their policy issue areas. And we also have climate smart housing policies and nature-based solutions and how to implement them in cities. So these are the 5 current sections of the playbook. And I know this year, the state of California and also our municipalities are having general plan updates of the housing element, the safety element, and creating an environmental justice element. So this evening, we wanted to present you some example policies that exist in the resilience playbook to show you some policies that are related to these element updates that come from the playbook as an example of how the playbook can be utilized in future planning and plan updates. So in our Centering People and Equity chapter, we cover how to make our communities more resilient, how to enact bolder policies, and address the risks that our low-income communities and communities of color face. And most of our work really is centered around providing a more equitable and just future for all of our community members, especially our most vulnerable populations. And we really believe that we can do this through everyone having a seat at the table. So on the screen, you'll see some example policies that we have curated from other plans in the region. So the way the Resilience Playbook works is we did research with stakeholders and focus groups and different equity groups in order to pull policies from the region that most equitably address environmental justice issues and plan updates. And we have entire sections of policy recommendations that can directly be put into plans. So these are just some examples. There's a bunch more that are in the playbook. And of course, I encourage you to check out the tool, but we wanted to, give some examples that might be relevant to Pinole. Also have some safety element sample recommendations here. We're already beginning to see how sea level rise, drought, and fire pose a serious threat to our homes, livelihoods, and industries. And so it's really crucial that we address these complex interconnected overlay of these risks in our region across multiple sectors. So our chapter on protecting communities from floods and droughts includes these policies, as well as our wildfire chapter. So these are, some policies that talk about climate considerations to protect folks from risks. There's policies about creating a climate overlay zone to make sure that we address overlapping hazards. There's some policies about maintaining our urban growth boundaries and making sure that our natural lands are being protected and utilized for their climate benefits. So these are just some of the example policies. There's many more in the playbook. And then we have some housing element sample recommendations. We really believe that when we don't create enough homes for people of all income levels, prices go up and working class and low income families can't afford to live in the communities that they have resided in for generations. Greenbelt Alliance supports growth in safe infill locations, and we really advocate for climate smart development and advocate for the environmental case for climate smart housing. And that's really covered in our housing chapter. And we've been working with many different municipalities on engagement and best practices around housing elements. And our organization is always here to support municipalities that want input on environmental stakeholders and their position on housing. So that's some of the work that we work on. And here are some example recommendations from the playbook, but there are, again, many more. And so I was, told to have a brief presentation, so I won't dive extremely deep into the playbook. But if you go to resilienceplaybook.org, this is a screenshot from the website. You'll see in the light gray bar the chapters that we have. In each chapter, there's a general overview of the risks and a simplified breakdown of the risk in the Bay Area regionally, case studies on innovative approaches to finding solutions for these risks. We really break down high-level solutions and make the process accessible. And then at the end of each chapter, there's robust policy recommendations that have been pulled from the region and vetted by experts as great solutions for general plan updates. So really the goal of this tool is to get the public and elected officials to be speaking the same language and have this resource to start from the same page, where a lot of the research on best practices to address these climate risks have already been done. I really appreciate the fact that the city of Pinole has created a week to really highlight the hard work of all of municipal staff, because a lot of research, engagement, and planning goes into finding the best policies and putting them into these plans. And so we really wanted to support that process for climate resilience related policy by creating some policy recommendations. So if you want to see all of the recommendations in one place and not go through the individual chapters, up top in the dark gray bar, you'll see a section called Policy Matrix. And when you click on that, you'll have access to all of our policy recommendations from all the chapters in one place. So that's just a little bit of a brief overview of the tool. There's some other cool chapters. If you go to Toolkit up top in the dark gray bar, we gathered tools from across the region and the state that expand on our research. A lot of good tools for local policymakers on more detailed explanations of these risks and how to plan for them. We certainly know that we're not the only tool or the best tool in this region to address these risks. So we really wanted to create a platform that has a robust amount of resources and is easy to access. And so along with that, some of the programming that we've been doing for the playbook is we do workshops for the public around these risk areas and bring regional experts to talk about how to plan for these risks. We recently had one during Earth Week about nature-based solutions, which those are our webinars. We also do location-specific workshops and advocacy campaigns. Of course, we do engagements like this one where I get to present the playbook to the city of Pinole and talk about its potential use. And we also know that this is really just the start of our journey with this resource. So what we want to do is have timely content updates with more tools that are useful to our communities, really incorporate feedback and case studies from our on-the-ground partners to further inform collaboration and great examples of work that's being done, and also add more of our original research in key issue areas. So if you get a chance to interact with the playbook, it would be awesome to hear your feedback about what would be helpful in the future to include, or any other takeaways you have on the resource. And, we're really looking forward to collaborating and working in partnership with Pinole and other municipalities across the Bay Area to aid in the process of updating our general plans and ensuring that climate resilience is really the foundation of these element updates, and doing that in an accessible and equitable way. So if you're interested in learning more, please feel free to contact us. You can contact playbook@greenbelt.org, or my email is also on the screen. And yeah, I think that's all from us. And now if there's any questions, happy to take some questions about the tool.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It was both brief, but very informative. So we really appreciate that. Are there any questions that council members have about the presentation? Just one quick question. I've heard about a program called Hidden Heroes. I know many hidden heroes. Can you talk a little bit about that program and why that may be important in a week like this?
Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I was actually going to mention that after the questions. So a Greenbelt Alliance, one of the programs that we do is our annual fundraising gala called Hidden Heroes. And it's very timely that you guys are doing a public service employee recognition week, because Hidden Heroes of the Greenbelt is a program that seeks to give recognition to those folks that work in local government that really move the needle on all of the amazing projects that we care about in climate resilience. And so currently, if you go to our website, there'll be information about Hidden Heroes, and we're looking for nominations of any hardworking city staff that any member of the public thinks deserves to be recognized as our hidden hero of the Greenbelt. And this year, we're really focused on nature-based solutions to climate change and housing champions. So if there's anyone that you know is doing amazing climate work and you'd like to nominate some staff members from Pinole for our annual award, that would be awesome. So very timely.
Thank you. Presentation, any other comments from city councilors? Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments for this evening on this item?
I don't see.
Great. Well, thank you all again for your presentation. Please see us as a partner in your future endeavors, as well as the work around accelerating our adjusting the climate crisis. And again, thank you for all you do for our community and for the national community, it seems like.
Well, thank you so much. We were happy to be here. And again, if you check out the Resilience Playbook and you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us anytime. We love talking to folks about community resilience. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Verna and Karen.
Thank you. We will continue on with this evening's meeting. And our next item is the consent calendar. We have items 9 through I on the consent calendar tonight. I am City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk Stone, can you confirm that we have agenda item?
Don't have an I.
Okay, I see it on the agenda, but I don't see it on the item. So we have 9 through H on the agenda for this evening. My first, I'll go to council members to ask or request if anyone wants to pull items from the consent calendar. Seeing any council members, I would like personally to pull item 9H if possible. I'm happy to discuss that. My only main thing is I'd like to vote on that separately from the rest of the items. Great, so not seeing any other thoughts or any other items to be pulled from the agenda. Are there any public comments for any of the items, or do any 9 through H?
Yes, we will start with Rafael Menace.
So I have some questions about item 9D, I believe it is. So stop on page 51 of the unrevised agenda. So I believe the page numbers are mostly the same between revised and unrevised. It says that the greenhouse gas inventory began in January of 2022 and is expected to be completed by April of 2022. Has the greenhouse gas inventory in fact been completed, or is it still ongoing? Secondly, on page 56, I'd like to note that cap dash, especially as a way to expose the city's greenhouse gas inventory information graphically to the public, is a great idea. And I definitely encourage the city to go forward with that. And then on page 57, I note that the budget states there's additional time and materials budget of $25,000 for translation, interpretation, community engagement, and communication services to be utilized as determined by the Community Development Director on an as-needed basis for the project. I was wondering if we could get some more detail on anticipated translation costs, like amount per page or percentages, or is that just something that will be up in the air until data is gathered? And I believe that's all my questions for the consent calendar this evening.
Thank you. Other public commenters?
Now, but just giving it a little bit just to double check.
Sure. Thank you. City Manager Murray or Director, so Director Vishra, are you all prepared to answer the question or inquiry with regards to item 9D?
So I'll take a crack and answer what I can, and we'll happy to get back to Mr. Menace later. Yes, I believe the inventory is completed now. So the deadline for publishing these items and getting them in the packet was before the end of April. I believe the inventory, which includes both a community inventory and a city operations inventory, has been completed, and that information will be incorporated into the climate action plan. Raphael made a comment regarding the CAT dashboard software system. So that wasn't really a question, but a comment. We agree that would be great for illustrating progress on climate action plan projects. And regarding the money that's being recommended for miscellaneous engagement translation, I think the situation is that we haven't entirely determined what all of the details of the community engagement and communication process is going to be like, but we've been trying to ramp up our communication and engagement in all of our efforts, particularly regarding the housing element and the other general plan updates. So we are now working with a dedicated translator that is able to translate city communications into a number of different languages. We've offered our small business assistance program information, as well as some of our community development information in Spanish and Tagalog. And we haven't identified exactly what those services are going to look like, but we do want to have a pool of money available so that we can be nimble in doing more engagement and translations when the need arises. And Mr. Menace, if you would like additional information, or any members of the council would like additional information, I can ask Director Whalen to provide that when she's back in the office.
Thank you. Toms, did you have a question?
I just wanted to clarify, you wanted a separate vote on which item?
I was pulling item 9H.
Okay. You just want a separate vote on that, or to discuss it?
We will open up for deliberation, of course, and I will request a different vote.
Okay, I'll move the consent item 9A through G.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Wonderful. There's a motion and a second. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
And I'll note for the record that Mayor Salini is absent. Motion carries.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move item 9H.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
We move to approve. I'm sorry, what's the motion, Councilmember Toms?
To approve 9H.
I second.
All right. There's a motion. There's a second. Any discussion? All right. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
No.
Oh, and noting for the record that Mayor Sweeney is absent, motion carries.
The last item under the consent calendar. So we will go on to item 10, public hearings. There are no public hearings tonight. So we'll continue on to old business. There is no old business tonight. So we'll continue to item 12A, which is the preliminary proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 operating and capital budget. And I believe presenting tonight is, of course, the wonderful, phenomenal Director Guillory.
Share my screen. See the slide here on the screen?
We could see, I believe, the first slide with the no sale.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the public. For this item, I will be providing an overview of the preliminary proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget. Meaning that the City Council review this version of the budget and provide direction to staff for changes to incorporate into the next version of the document, which will be the revised proposed version. And that will be presented at the City Council meeting on June 7th. Some reminders on the key dates for items that we have coming up related to development of the budget, the capital improvement plan, and the long-term financial plan. On May 17th, we'll bring the revised proposed long-term financial plan, which will incorporate the changes that came about as a result of the meeting from April 26th. We'll also provide the preliminary proposed 5-year capital improvement plan. On June 7th, you'll receive the revised budget and capital improvement plan, and staff will also recommend that the City Council adopt the final proposed long-term plan. And then for June 21st, staff will recommend that the City Council adopt the final proposed budget and capital improvement plan. So a number of key points that I wanted to make before we look at the numbers for the budget. For revenues, we're seeing an increase, a significant increase in property tax revenue. This is mostly due to pass-through revenue resulting from decreasing outstanding debt of the former redevelopment agency. For sales tax, we're continuing to see an upward trend. However, it's starting to level off and projected to grow modestly from fiscal year 21-22 to 22-23. 21-22 was a rebound year following the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so still a stable source of revenue and expected to grow modestly, just not at the level that it grew over the last year. Overall, revenues are projected to grow about 4% from 21-22 to 22-23. And this is for the general fund, which includes the general fund as well as the Measure S funds. For expenditures, a number of items of note. For salaries and benefits, we're assuming approximately 133 full-time equivalent positions, which are included in the budget. This is an increase of about 7 full-time equivalents from the fiscal year 21-22. So there are some requests for new positions from several departments. The positions are allocated or funded by the general fund and several non-general funds. You'll see that reflected in the budget. One of the significant increases that we saw this year was in the workers' comp and the general liability insurance premiums. And those rates are provided to us by the Municipal Pooling Authority. They've also been included in the revised baseline budget, which we'll see in a moment. Expenditures are projected to grow about 4% from 21-22 to 22-23. Last item of note is that this budget does include the use of fund balance in several funds, including the general fund and several non-general funds. And that's mostly for capital project carry forwards that were not completed in the current fiscal year, and also a number of one-time initiatives that the City Council added to the budget for fiscal year 21-22 that were not completed in the current fiscal year. So those will carry forward. For the City Council to consider, there are two main things that staff wanted to present. One is a vacancy savings factor, which the city has not historically included in its budget. However, this is a very common practice among public agencies. And what it does is account for those savings that the city typically realizes at the end of the fiscal year due to vacant positions. Staff is recommending that we include a 5% salary savings factor in the budget that equates to approximately $510,000 between the general fund and the Measure S funds. Looking at the last 3 fiscal years, Pinole has saved an average of 6% of total salary costs annually over the last 3 years. And so we think 5% is a good rate to go with. That's actually a standard rate across many agencies. And it also aligns with the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data, which shows an average of 5.5% for vacancy rates, or what they call, or what the agency calls the job openings. So we looked at the data from March 2021 to March 2022, and it was an average about 5.5%. So staff is recommending that we add this salary savings factor to the budget starting in fiscal year 22-23 and then into the out years as well, because we typically will recognize or realize savings in that area. The other item for consideration is the American Rescue Plan Act funds. So the City Council did appropriate about $400,000 of the funds in the current budget, and that was for the Small Business Assistance Program, and that was for $300,000. And then another $100,000 was allocated to the Community Gift Card Program. So there's a total of about $4 million remaining in the first allocation that we received, plus the allocation we're expecting to receive in July of this year. Staff is recommending that we use the remaining funds for loss of revenue for general purpose activities, which is an acceptable use of the funds. According to the final rule published by the U.S. Department of the Treasury, an agency is allowed to claim up to $10 million of its allocation for revenue loss, and our total allocation of 4.6 is well below that threshold. I also want to point out that if we were to use it for a revenue loss, although it's more flexible than the other categories of allowable uses, there's still a reporting requirement. So we do have an accounting mechanism in place to make sure that we're tracking how the city spends those funds. So they're not just added in or commingled with the general funds and not tracked. They're still tracked separately so that we can report on those appropriately. To those highlights and some items for you all to consider, wanted to share the budget assumptions that we use to build the budget for 22-23 and look at some of the growth rates and the basis of assumptions for those. So for property tax and sales tax and also motor vehicle in lieu fee or VLF, we work with our property tax and sales tax advisors, which is HDL, to provide us projections on those. The 13% growth rate that we see for property tax includes the growth in the basic tax as well as the redevelopment property transfer tax. And combined, we're looking at a 13% increase from the fiscal year 21-22. As I mentioned, for sales tax, it's starting to level off a bit, so we do have a conservative estimate of about 2% rest funds. And then vehicle in lieu, we're looking at 6%. For the other areas, the utility users tax, franchise tax, transient occupancy, we typically look at trend analysis. So we'll look at the last 3 years and extrapolate out into the future years for those. We also have a number of resources that we use in terms of what's happening in the general economy and consider those. For instance, we see that transient occupancy tax is projected to increase 5%. We're starting to see a rebound in travel and lodging. And so that has increased that revenue stream a bit. For charges for services, we have an interagency agreement with the City of Hercules and the basis of assumption is that there's a formula built into that agreement. For transfers in, the city established a formula that we use to determine the transfer from the pension trust into the general fund to offset any increases in the city's contribution to the CalPERS pension. Looking at the expenditure side of the assumptions for salaries and wages, we typically use our labor agreements for those. And this is mostly accounts for the cost of living adjustments, 3% there. For benefits, we receive the PERS valuation reports, and we use those, which includes the rates for the upcoming fiscal year as well as 5 years. So we also use that for the long-term financial plan. And then one thing to note there is starting or effective July 1st, 2023, the employee contributions for several unions will decrease from 18% contribution down to 15%. So we have accounted for that in the budget. And what that does is increase the costs on the city's employer side. For other benefits, which includes our medical, dental, insurance premiums, we have a number of rate schedules and resources that we use for that, such as information from CalPERS, as well as the Municipal Pooling Authority. For our operations and maintenance, which includes our professional services, our materials and supplies, travel, training, memberships, and so on. And for capital outlay outside of capital projects, this is for things like furniture and computers and laptops. We use the standard inflation factor of 3%. For debt service costs, we have a long-term debt payment schedule. And then for transfers out, is typically a flat dollar amount. We usually transfer funds from the general fund to cover the budget gaps in the recreation department. We also contribute a portion of the general fund to the Pinole Community Television to close the budget gap there. Those have been pretty flat across or over the years. And what we do is reassess them at mid-year. We also look at them at year end, and we transfer over the actual amount needed. Subcommittee meeting on April 14th and the City Council meeting on April 26th, which was a special meeting. Staff did present the original baseline budget at that time. And the baseline budget is basically our ongoing revenues and expenditures from the current fiscal year, or all of those items that we expect to continue into the future. We adjust for inflation. We look at contractual obligations, such as those in our labor agreements, and a number of other factors, and we adjust the budget, the ongoing budget from there to determine what our baseline budget is. At that time, the baseline budget reflected a deficit of $164,000. It has since been updated to account for a couple of items that were pretty significant. One is we refined the salary and wages budget to account for some labor agreement changes that came about after the fiscal year 21-22 budget was adopted. And then we also included the updated rates for workers' comp and insurance, workers' comp and general liability insurance provided by the Municipal Pooling Authority. And that changed the baseline budget to what we call revised baseline budget, which reflects a deficit of $767,000. Those numbers, we see that the baseline revenues is about 23.5 million. Baseline expenditures about 23.5 as well. And then we add in those additional adjustments that we made after the original baseline was prepared, bringing us to approximately $767,000 in the baseline budget before any additional items are added to the budget. We then included the additional proposed expenditures, which would be considered ongoing. This included a number of requests for new positions in several departments, including Human Resources, City Clerk's Office, Police Department, and also Public Works. And then there were a number of operating items that were also proposed to be added to the items or added to the budget, and all of these items would be ongoing. So when we add those in, it changes our preliminary proposed deficit to $1.4 million. And then if we add in the vacancy savings of $510,000, the revised deficit is $972,000. And then lastly, we added in the additional proposed expenditures that were one time. That included the carry forwards of the council directed initiatives. This was the process that was started in June of last year for the fiscal year 21-22 budget. And a number of the items have been started. Most of them have not been completed. And so those items will roll forward to the next fiscal year. Actually, or we also included the carry forward of capital projects. So these are outside of the council directed initiatives, but the projects that are actually included in the capital improvement plan that are funded by the general fund and Measure S funds. We included those. And lastly, we included any newly added one-time items that were requested by departments. So we see some consulting services, also new hardware for the police department, including replacement of the police vehicle computers. So some funding for a fellow to support climate action plan. And so all of the additional proposed expenditures, again, one time, comes out to about just under $5 million. And this added to the baseline deficit brings us to the total proposed use of fund balance in the amount of approximately $6.4 million. Thing to note here also is that the $4.9 million that we see there is pretty close to the amount that we planned for these items for the current fiscal year. So they're just carrying forward. So the funding that's not spent will remain in the fund balance, and then it will just carry forward. So this is not technically in addition to, it's rolling those things forward and funding them in the next budget. And lastly, here's a summary of all funds, budget summary. And at any number, the figures that we see in the fourth column that are in parentheses indicates that it's the use of fund balance for that particular fund. So we see for general fund, again, including the general fund and Measure S funds, proposing to use about $6.4 million. That are proposing to use fund balance, and those are primarily for capital projects. Overall, the city's total revenue budget is approximately $51,000. Total expenditures, $56 million. And then use of fund balance nets out to $5.3 million for all city funds. So the next steps in this process would be to refine the budget and incorporate any changes that you may have or direct staff to include for the next version. On May 17th, we'll come back with the revised proposed long-term financial plan. And then on June 7th, we'll return with the revised proposed operating budget, as well as the 5-year capital improvement plan. My presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Guillory. Are there any questions from members of the council? Toms.
Sure, thank you for the report. Questions, I wanted to find out if we're going to use some of the fund balance to bring that forward. Can you let me point to me where it is, what our projected fund balance will be? And then also, if we are going to be increasing our budget by that amount, are we then going to also increase our reserve proportionately? And I think that's all I have for now.
So in the budget document, budget document that was attached on page 33. There's the detailed financial summary there. And if you look at the column, it's 3 from the right. It says fiscal year 21-22 projected year end.
So are we looking at the July 1 or the June 30th?
We're looking at the June 30th.
Okay, so our fund balance would then be
the 9.7.
Director Guillory, just for the public, can we make sure we announce both the numbers we're talking about, also the page number if that wasn't stated before while we're on?
And I'll actually go to the agenda packet and get the page number.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm showing it's page 33 of the budget document that I'm on. But where do you get the 9.3? It's on the third from the end. I'm showing that for fiscal year 21-22, projected year end, the fund balance for June 30th is 5949.
Page numbers may be off. Is that the actual budget document itself, not the agenda packet?
Correct, the budget document.
So if you go down to it's kind of the middle of the page, fund and measure S net.
9.7.
Yes, 9.7.
Okay. Okay, good. That gives me some comfort.
Okay.
And then the other question was, do we project to increase our reserves?
Yes.
Proportionately.
Yeah, where we land, and reserve is based on ongoing, but yes, because we have an increase in the ongoing costs.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Toms, did you have any other questions? Okay, thank you. Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. I'm trying to navigate several screens here, and I'm not being successful. But I think my questions have to do with what I related as well to where we stand today with fund balance in the general fund relative to the projections made last year. And so what I hold as comfort in my hand is the projection that was made for the current budget that would take us through June 30th, sometime about a year ago today. At that time, the projection was going to be that we would have about 8.7 as fund balance in the general fund. But am I hearing 9.7 instead? So it's actually greater than what was projected last year.
Yes.
Is that good? I mean, it's not good. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we do an in-depth analysis on the revenues and expenditures for the end of the fiscal year, and it is actually higher. So revenues increased last year, and then the expenditures decreased a bit at this same point.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. So that is good news. Now, there was something that you said, Director Guillory, I'd like to understand a little bit better. The expenditures that are included in the different tables that you presented, that the expenditure amounts are essentially rolling over from last year. I missed something because that by itself doesn't make sense when I think that there are new positions that are being asked for. So can you please help me understand what is it that it seems to me that there are some new items being proposed. So it doesn't make sense to me that the expenditure amounts proposed for 22-23 are essentially similar as the ones that we had already thought of for 21-22. So I must have missed something.
Is the question, it's not on baseline. You're saying overall, is the question on the overall budget or baseline because you mentioned positions?
Thank you. So you had some tables. I'm trying to see which slide you have here, several slides back where showed the overall amounts. Let me see what is it we're looking at here. General fund preliminary proposed budget. Yeah, so it's for the overall budget, for the overall proposed budget, not baseline.
So if I may, so there are a number of different buckets, types of expenditures that are included in the preliminary proposed budget. And so one bucket of expenditures is what we call the baseline expenditures. So that bucket is if we just continue doing the same services we're doing right now with the exact same number of staff, those are what we call our baseline expenditures. And that's what goes into this baseline budget. And we take those service levels and those staffing levels, and we adjust them for the upcoming budget year based on inflation factors and things like that. So one big bucket in this preliminary proposed budget is baseline stuff, our status quo stuff. Another bucket is one-time projects. So the baseline is all ongoing stuff, police services, routine maintenance of streets and things like that. And those are ongoing, and that's important because that has some implications for long-term financial health. Another big bucket is our one-time expenditures. And the proposed budget for next year can include one-time expenditures, which are things like creating new analyses or plans or special capital projects. And many of the one-time projects that we're proposing for next year's budget are actually things that weren't completed this year. So that's why we're expecting to end this current fiscal year with more fund balance than we had originally anticipated when we did our budget, because we thought we were going to be getting more of these one-time projects done. If they don't get done, that money remains unspent. That means we have a higher fund balance. But for essentially every single ongoing one-time project that council budgeted this year that hasn't been completed, we've included that in the proposed budget. And the only exceptions to that rule that we've discussed so far in the budget process is I think there were 2 or 3 special projects that staff hasn't yet begun any work on that we discussed at our last council meeting, that staff's going to come back to the city council with information on the status and viability of those. So we've got the proposed budget for the general fund is all our status quo stuff. We're just proposing to do it again next year. We've got the one-time things that are, some of them are capital projects, other special analyses. And then the final bucket, major bucket in the preliminary proposed, is new ongoing things that staff are recommending. And so those are the things that are going to have implications for long-term financial health. And that's the bucket that the new positions fit into. So the new positions aren't status quo service levels. They're not the one-time things that we didn't get this year and we're just going to roll over and have no implications for the fund balance. We do have, I think Director Guillory said, 7 requests for net new positions in a variety of different departments. And that's the bulk of the new ongoing expenses. And so I think that's probably the crux. The city council also, as our last meeting, asked us to do some analysis of the costs and benefits of a couple new ideas, but that was a relatively small list. So I think the focus of the budget development process for next fiscal year from here on out is really about these staff proposed additions to the budget, the ongoing costs. Oh, and here they are. I don't know if this slide was up the whole time or it just appeared magically, but that's this list of things. That's the things that staff, these are the tweaks that staff are recommending in this new budget. And to council member Toms's point, yes, our general reserve policy says that anytime our ongoing expenditures increase, we need to make a contribution to the general reserve such that that general reserve has 50%, an amount equivalent to 50% of our ongoing general fund expenditures. So yes, a pretty significant chunk of next year's proposed budget, I think about $650,000 is just being transferred into the general reserve so that we can maintain that balance. Director Guillory, let me know if I missed anything. Hopefully that answered your question, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
I always appreciate the review and the explanation and continuing with the bucket metaphor. What I'd like to, another way of me asking this is, can we afford what has been proposed in the preliminary proposed budget, which includes items from the baseline budget and any new items? So when I take a look at, I think it's probably the following slide, the one that was presented after this one, and I see numbers that seem to be deficits. That's that's a little bit like alert, alert. Let's make sure that we can afford what we are proposing. So having heard the reason why our projected fund balance in the general fund is larger than what was projected last year this time, I appreciate that explanation. We haven't used all the funds that were proposed at the time or that were requested at the time. Okay, so then the question in my mind is, all right, we roll over those amounts, those figures, and whether it's revenues and or expenditures, seems to be okay. But now we've got these new projects or these new items. Where do we stand now? And can we afford that? So the slide that showed the use of fund balance at 5.3, I'm not sure if there was a slide. There was some comment about that. There we go. All right, where does that leave us with a fund balance then? At the what's the projected amount at the end of FY 22-23?
Yes.
I'm not sure if we've seen there or if we've gotten there yet, but that's what comes to my mind as a question.
Mm-hmm. And that is also included on page 33 of the budget document. So we're projecting a starting balance of $9.7 million. And if we include the use of fund balance of the 6.4, that leaves a balance of 3.1.
3.1. Okay.
Yes.
And so you know what I want to see next. It's not today's presentation, but it's to that 5-year capital plan, right? How did that 3.1 then look next year and the year after and the year after? So thank you for this so far. There's another question that pops into my mind because of what I announced earlier and having learned about the current state budget and the going on there about appropriations limit. We don't have a policy about appropriations limit, do we?
But we do have there's a legal limit though.
Right, yeah.
But we don't have our own specific city policy, but every single year as part of the budget process, the city council adopts a resolution certifying that the city's budget is below the state's constitutional appropriations limit. That's called the GAN limit. Right. And we're, the city's current budget is so far below the legal appropriations limit that it's really a non-issue. Just because the formula to create to determine what the threshold is for the GAN limit, includes all sorts of revenue sources. It excludes other things such that it's not a very real reflection of our current budget. So there is a legal appropriations limit that this city must adhere to, but it's not a binding constraint for us by any means. We're well below what we're appropriating, and our expenditures are well below that.
Okay.
If I may just add one other point, so, and Director Guillory, confirm this if you would, the remaining fund balance that would remain at the end of next fiscal year for the general fund, which includes the Measure S funds, of the amount, and I'll have to get if I'm looking at my page here. Director Guillory, can you remind me what that was? Oh, sorry, $3.1 million. That does not include staff's recommendation that the city council deposit the remaining ARPA funds into the general fund.
Right.
So if the city council did deposit those remaining ARPA funds, which are about $4.2 million, that would increase the year-end general fund balance at the end of next year from 3.1 million to 7.3 million. And that doesn't include the general reserve. That's a completely separate pot of money that will be, $9 million or something at the end of next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you again, both of you. One other question. We do have a policy about how much to allot or appropriate for the pension fund. We also have a policy about only having so much debt, right? So how are we doing then with what you presented? And well, perhaps because payment of that debt does not come from general fund, is that why we're not even talking about that yet?
So the only debt that's paid from general fund is for the 2006 pension obligation bonds. If we look, and I don't have the percentage, I can check the financial statements for the number, but as far as debt capacity, we're significantly below the limit.
Like the appropriations limit, there is a legal debt limit for the city, and that's reported in our financial statements. But as Director Guillory mentioned, the city of Pinole has very little general debt compared to many other cities. So far below that it's a non-issue for us. We have really significant capacity if the city wanted to take on debt to make high-value investments. We do not have a policy right now on the use of the pension trust. We have a practice that follows what the city council directed when that trust was first established, which is to use the assets from the trust to keep the city's contribution towards employee retirement costs at the same level they were when the trust was first established. And I believe it's our ambition when we next update the financial policies to formalize that, but there is some existing city council direction on how that money be used. And you can see in the proposed budget and the long-term financial plan what the drawdown of those assets look like.
Thank you for thinking proactively, and yes, with regard to keeping that fund in a positive. That's it for now. Thank you so much. Again, I always appreciate hearing from Director Guillory and the follow-up explanations that help clarify.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. Ruben, Councilor Tate.
I just wanted to say that I want to echo that you know, my concern is how well, you know what I mean? Like how budgeted, not just for this year, but when we hire staff, that's an ongoing number that we're going to have to meet. And my first question is, do our revenues support that, these additional staffs, staff members and the projection?
So yes, they do. Looking at the long-term financial plan, which will be revised,
right?
Also for the next version of that, we see the significant increase in property tax revenue for the fiscal year 23-24. So that covers at least a portion of that. When we add in the vacancy savings as well, I think that will
So do we have a balanced budget as presented today? So it's off by 700. I think it was like 700,000. Is that the number?
It's actually off by 972,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's just, you know, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm glad we started early, right? I'm glad we started this process early and we're working through that. This is also making an assumption that staff is going to be able to complete all the projects we had asked for, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then, you know, lastly, I always ask, you know, if we were to put this in layman's terms, like for checking, savings, and 401k, what would our balances be?
Yeah, so I'll
that's not an easy question right now because we're budgeting, right? Like we're planning for the vacation, right? Like, I mean,
yeah, and there's other components to fund balance as well that we're not presenting here because we're only presenting basically the savings account at this point, right? That's the unassigned portion. Right. It's not looking at the restricted portion or reserve or true reserve, restricted reserves, I guess. So it's only presenting one aspect, but I think City Manager Murray has a point to make.
Yeah, it's a, and we like to use this analogy too of kind of a household budget because I think it does, it's a little more intuitive. So in terms of the retirements, you know, little unusual because we're not just saving into like, you know, 401k, but we do have a really significant pension trust fund with a balance of around $20 million. So that's kind of our retirements. Our savings is the general reserve, and the city council established a general reserve fund a while ago and has, has this requirement that we maintain 50% of assets worth 50% of our ongoing expenditures. So that's about $9 million, which you could call your savings account or your emergency fund. And then our checking account is this, unassigned general fund balance, which if this proposed budget were adopted would be, have $3.1 million in it at the end of next fiscal year, or $7.3 million in it if you decide to deposit the ARPA funds into it. So I will just let me make a comment, if I may, about this issue of the budget being balanced. So these one-time projects that we didn't get to this year and we're proposing to complete next year, that doesn't change our long-term fiscal situation because the money is sitting there in fund balance. The city council has already appropriated that money. It's kind of earmarked for that. And whether we get that project done this year or next year, it's going to get done at some point. Those funds will be expended and we'll enjoy the rewards of those projects. That doesn't change our ongoing, that's one-time pool of money that's been designated for that. Those projects will get done. The ongoing issue is about things, as you mentioned, staff, ongoing professional services contracts. They need to continue to buy equipment and supplies. And this budget has, and the dust is still settling a little bit on the baseline because we continue to get some revised estimates on both revenues and expenditures from some of our partners like HDL and the Municipal Pooling Authority. But if the budget were approved with all of these additional proposed ongoing expenditures, we'd be using $970,000 out of fund balance. We are expecting a pretty significant increase in general fund revenue next year as a result of this retirement of the bond. And so in terms of our next 3 to 5 years, I think that's a comfortable position. I do think, sorry.
I just wanted to ask, so last time we presented this, there was an expected dip this year and then a recovery next year. Is that what we're seeing it in the 972,000?
So that's still the same. That's in the 5-year forecast and the long-term financial plan. Yeah, we're expecting an amount that would balance this out next year. And then beyond that, it's a little hard to foresee. I think there's also still some dust to settle over the course of the next fiscal year. So for instance, as you all know, we're doing a master fee, a citywide master fee study. I think that's going to result in recommendations to increase some city fees. That's going to generate some new revenue that's going to offset some of these expenses. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. So I think there's still, I think there's still a little bit of uncertainty in the financial picture. I don't think the magnitude of the use of fund balance that's being proposed in this budget is going to changes the financial future in any significant way. But there are still some things that we would, need to be settled out, and it'll be interesting to see how they settle out over the course of next year, including the fees and some other things.
Thank you. Those were my questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tave. Councilor Thomas, did you have a question before we go to public comment?
Yeah, a couple of items on this page that's on display. The administrative assistant, the 69,000, is that fully burdened?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so it's the difference from a part-time to a full-time.
Yes.
Okay. And then the line item where it says fire increased allocation for weed abatement and fire fuel mitigation is 50,000. And then there's an item that's code enforcement, weed abatement during fire season, 27,000. Are both of those for public properties or some for private property?
The code enforcement is for private property. The weed abatement is for public property.
Okay, and the weed abatement, I'm sorry, the weed abatement for fire season for code enforcement is for private property?
Yeah.
Okay, and wouldn't we get a return?
We would, yeah. So that's that the increased revenues related to that, it depends. If there's a violation, we would get a return on that. If we're just doing, I mean, a lot of this is just noticing and working with property owners to get them to resolve their code issues. That's probably not fully cost recovery. So there will be a net cost of government for that activity.
Okay, and then same with the next line item that has to do with abatement of property, 24,000. That's additional staff time to process abatements.
That's correct. And so some of those will recover city costs for, some of them we might not. It depends on what the situation is with the property. We are still going through an internal iterative process with city staff where they say, I think we should do such and such, more of such and such next fiscal year. And we still are going through a process of making sure we have the offsetting revenues. So in the case of this abatement, that would show up on the revenue side is in increased revenues. And we can't see that just from this slide. Okay. We do have some loose ends that'll need to get tied out more over the remainder of the budget process.
Great, thanks for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor Toms. Let's do this. Why don't we go to Deputy City Clerk for the public comments?
We will start with Rafael Menace.
Staff, I have a question about comparing agenda item 12A to 12A supplemental, because looking at page number 6 of 12A, it shows the net surplus deficit for the preliminary proposed baseline budget as being 1,685,567 across total sources and uses. I'm assuming for the general fund plus various measure S. But if you look at 12A supplemental, it's closer to what you have in the presentation here. It's the 1,482,426.25, and that's not including the vacancy adjustment. So is that just a result of additional calculations that made it into the supplement and weren't included in the additional on page 6 of 12A, just done it a different way than the calculations done in 12A supplemental? With regards to the vacancy savings, it's noted as, effectively speaking, $510,000 of new revenue ongoing, and that's not shown in the 12A or 12A supplemental, I'm assuming, because it was just added in to tonight's presentation, effectively speaking. But I'm not quite sure I understand how that factors into past budgets for comparison. Is it effectively speaking already included based on the budget? So effectively speaking, the city has had that amount in additional sort of ghost revenue, or is it something that would need to be added in for bits and so on? I'm assuming it's the first one because that would make more logical sense, but this whole concept of vacancy revenue is new to me, so I wanted to check and make sure that I was understanding it properly. And then some of my questions, I suspect, are more properly linked to the revised long-term projection when that comes up in a few weeks rather than this budget now. But yes, it seems as though a lot of the budget projections basically are assuming that we're not going to have a recession, I guess. Like there's relatively limited year-over-year growth in sales tax, property tax, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't see any planning for market downturns in that. So is there any way to tell whether a potential future recessionary impact would have an effect on the city's ability to sustain these new ongoing?
public comment. If we can, I'll just have all the public comments and then we can. Thank you.
Okay. Cordell Hindler. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So good. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Henley and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Markeisha, for that presentation. So I had some of the similar thoughts in my mind. So when I was looking at the PowerPoint, and I was thinking that some of the concerns that I had was like, you know, the position vacancies, because as I recall last time, when I had mentioned about the not having the assistant city manager position not being filled, that's a concern to me because I have spoken with other cities in West County and they have an assistant city manager, and I'm like, that's such a coincidence. It's like I feel that that this is a much needed position because you need someone that would like, you know, that would represent the city, you know, like at various, you know, capacities, you know, like conferences and other types of places that the assistant city manager would represent. So that would be like that would be the backup person if the city manager is not available. That's one. Then number two, I was looking at the packet and I was thinking that economic development retention. I travel to the city of Pinole on occasionally, and but what I saw is like some of these vacant properties are blighted, and so I'm thinking that as a tenant, I would not purchase a building that is like, you know, that's been that is in the condition. So that costs me money, and it's like, you know, to renovate this property, and I'm thinking that I wouldn't think that potential businesses would come to Pinole, wouldn't come to Pinole, and I'm thinking that it's sort of like a stepping stone. So that's two, and then the other part was like, you know, adding additional positions, and so I'm thinking that it sounds like a good idea, but I'm thinking that I don't think it's a good idea because you trying to retain some and bring in retain some employees, and I'm thinking that it sounds like a good idea, but I'm just having some concerns about this. So with that, I will save my comments for the next speaker. That's it.
Jeff Rubin.
Council, staff, I am the president of the Pinole History Museum and Pinole Historical Society. I'd like to talk about the capital improvement plan. In 2019, the council voted to subsidize the Pinole Library, which is part of the county library system, approximately $150,000 a year, and this is an ongoing contract. Including payments made in 2019 and 2022, the library was closed in—
Hi, I just want to make sure I'm not having tech issues.
Have I been interrupted? Interrupted. I'd like to start it over.
We'll stop your time at 2:20, Mr. Rubin. I just want to make sure that our Mayor Pro Tem is connected.
Yes, and I'm so sorry, Mr. Rubin. Please, I would be happy to give you back your time. I just wanted to be sure I was connected.
Appreciate it if you would do that. I'd like to start from the beginning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead. We've restarted your time.
Thank you. In 2019, the council voted to subsidize the Pinole Library, which is part of the county library system, approximately $150,000 a year, and this is an ongoing contract. Including payments made in 2019 and 2022, and the library was closed in 20 and 21. By 2025, the city will have paid $750,000 to the county, with more to be paid in the ensuing years. Add to that $356,000 the city spent in 2015 to build a skate park. The total of just those two expenditures is $1,106,000, which is very close to the city architect's estimate to renovate the Freya House. Some council members have expressed concern about the Pinole History Museum's sustainability were it to be a leaseholder in the Faria House. So let's talk about that. Donors contributed $16,700 through the end of April in the museum's winter 2022 appeal, which began in January. And that number rises weekly as more donations trickle in. Add to that $1,700 in unsolicited year-end gifts in December, and the museum has received $18,400 in the last 4 months in 1 week. In 4 mail appeals, one in 18, 2 in 19, 1 in 2022, the museum board has raised $54,380. In total, the museum board has raised $86,568. This clearly establishes the museum's ability to raise money, which addresses council members' concerns around sustainability, and it also establishes the public's thirst for a museum in Pinole. This fundraising total is extraordinary because the museum still does not have a home. This money was donated on a hope and a dream and a belief that this council will honor the intentions and commitments of previous councils dating back several decades to renovate the historic Faria House for use as a community history museum. The money is there. You have the money. This council can do the city a great service by taking a major step in revitalizing the Old Town Business District by renovating an historic treasure and leasing it to the Pinole History Museum. I hope you take advantage of this great opportunity. Thank you for listening. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, for letting me restart.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to respond to the idea that a Faria is a dream, not to come true. It's a promise that past council members and administration made to the Farias and the Historical Society. Well, guess what? It's no longer a promise. There are several contracts that come through. You've negotiated a closed session contracts. You can't come through. You can't come out with 1.5 million plus money for the Faria House. It's been a promise that past councils have made. Public was not included. This is not an agreement that can come through. We're in trouble with the inflation, with what's going on with high prices. And you want a Faria Historical Society? Well, guess what? Why don't you go a GoFundMe program? Maybe you guys need to get a reality check. The city cannot fund a 1.5 million building, rehab it when Pinole Senior Center's in trouble. The fire station contract hasn't been signed. The animal shelter is been closed. I can go on. And you're telling me that one building makes a difference just because one special group wants a promise made that was made in the past. The taxpayers of Pinole were not included. Put it on the ballot. Let's make a decision once and for all. We got till November. Do not make this mistake. And we spent too much time, too much attorney time. Actually, I have requested the financial records of the Historical Society from the city. I still don't have them. You don't have them. Let's put them on the record. How much can you afford? This taxpayers of City of Pinole cannot be put on this fundraiser or budget item and put it on our pockets, on our backs. This is unheard of. Believe me or not, this is a public issue, will become a campaign issue. So for once and for all, get a reality check, put it on the ballot, and let's move the city forward with things that we need: public safety, necessities. The senior center is used every day, and I'll be there Monday with a food bank. And you're telling me that we want a bill rehab this house that's been there sitting for 20, 30 years because past councils couldn't do it. Check them out. Special interest. City of Pinole taxpayers, rise up and face the coffee. Thank you.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem, there are no more public comments. I'm just going to scroll through one last time. There are no more public comments.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk Stone, and thank you to all who spoke at public comment on this item. I'm going to turn it back to the council for deliberation, as well as any additional maybe questions you may have for city staff. Or about, actually, take a step back. There were a couple of inquiries I just wanted to make sure were addressed. Director Guillory, as well as Manager Murray, can you address those, please? Thank you.
Mr. Menace had 3 questions. The first was on the difference between the preliminary baseline budget and the staff report, which shows a deficit of $1.7 million versus the amount of $1.5 million in the presentation. And the difference between the two is that 2 of the positions were allocated or will be allocated between the general fund and several non-general funds. And that includes the public works specialist as well as the associate civil engineer. In the first version, in the staff report, it includes those positions at 100% in the general fund. So staff is planning to allocate those 2 areas based on the work that will be done there, mostly around capital projects. So that's the first question. The second one was related to the $510,000 for the vacancy savings. So it's not new revenue. It would actually be a credit to expenditures. And it's based on an assessment of year-end analysis where we look at budget versus actuals and what has remained for salary costs. So we just look at the salary costs, pull that from the budget and look at the difference between the budget and what was actually spent. And we were able to, those savings were attributable to vacancies that remained on the books for the fiscal year. That's only a portion of the overall savings in the budget because we actually do have overall savings as well. Typically where total expenditures are under total revenue for actuals at the end of the year. So this portion is only a portion of that. So we look at just that component related just to salaries, see how much we save there, and looking at the last 3 years and considering the 5% savings factor, it equates to about $510,000. So again, it's not revenue. It would actually be shown in expenditures as a credit.
And if I may add to that, Director Guillory, and yes, to the member of the public's point, the city has those expenditure savings due to vacancies. All that we're proposing to do is make the budget more precise by recognizing that we don't really expect to have those expenditures due to those vacancies. So whereas in past years, we had assumed that every single budgeted position was going to be filled throughout the year, that's just not the reality. There's a standard baseline vacancy rate that all organizations encounter. And we might as well make the budget more precise by recognizing that. So yeah, we used to assume 100% expenditure for all those positions. At the end of the year, we wouldn't have expended that much and we'd have remaining fund balance, which is fine. It's almost an unintentional saving mechanism, but we're trying to be as intentional as possible about those. And we have a reserve policy. It's an intentional saving policy. So we don't need to end mechanism. So we don't need to use vacancy savings, inadvertent vacancy savings for that.
Director Guillory, as well as City Manager Murray.
There was, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, there was one more. And just to answer, okay, thank you. Just to answer the question on the, if we considered a recession scenario in the long-term financial plan, the answer to that is no. We have the status quo forecast that's included in the plan. We could work with our advisors to, if the city council directs staff to do so, to incorporate a different scenario that considers a possible recession.
And the way that Pinole has handled that is rather than, multiple types of forecasts, it's created a reserve, the general reserve, that we know will be on hand to address a recession. So we're not, if a recession happens, we know that we're in a good situation because we have that general reserve to address it. So we haven't, and different organizations forecast different scenarios and plan for downturns in different ways. The City of Pinole's plan has been to put aside a really significant amount of resources to offset any lost revenue due to a recession or some other change. So that's been our approach, and I think that's a very solid one.
Thank you.
Noted the three that I just, yeah.
Thank you. If there's any other questions, and I'd open it to deliberation as well. Ms. Rubin.
Well, thank you to staff for your preparation, and I'm looking forward to the next phase of our discussion. So the next meeting, taking a look at that, and then just proceeding. So that's it for me.
And I may just clarify what we're hoping to have as the direction of this meeting. So as you know, we started budget deliberations a little earlier, so there's more opportunity for people to digest the information and to make requests. The next, the revised proposed budget is scheduled to come before the council at the first meeting in June. So really at tonight's meeting, the city council has already provided staff with input on new budget opportunities that they would like staff to explore. We discussed that at the last council meeting. The city council has already provided direction on capital improvement plan projects. That was during the last council meeting too. We're telling you that our intention in this proposed budget is to carry forward any project that council funded this year that hasn't been completed. And so really the only direction that we need from council at this meeting is whether there's any, and it's not council's final opportunity to decide on this, but whether there are any items in that list of staff proposed additions that the city council doesn't want to see staff continue to carry into the next version of the budget. And that's really the only direction we need. And if you say tonight, all of those staff proposed additions look reasonable, let's take a look at it in the next version of the budget and see how things add up, that's perfectly fine. Folks asked about the justification for some of those expenditures. We didn't go into detail as part of this presentation, but the budget document itself has in each department an explanation of any significant changes between the current year budget and next year budget. And that's where these new expenditures are explained. And we can discuss them in greater detail at the next meeting. So we have all we need to create the next version of the budget and present it early June, unless the city council would like us to not look into any of the staff proposed budget additions.
Thank you again for that clarity, City Manager Murray. I see a couple of more questions or comments from councilors, so we'll continue on with discussion. Councilor Thomas, did you have Councilor Thomas, go ahead.
Sure. I'm looking at the staff proposed expenditures, and I did have some concerns, and I'm going to have some concerns if we're going to have some ongoing expenses that are going to, be recurring every year. So, where we have a public works specialist, associate civil engineer, if we're not sure if we can afford those ongoing, can we look at some consulting contracts that might be around the same cost? But that's one thought. The 2 additional police officers, I know that that's needed, and that's going to be an ongoing cost, but we have had trouble with retention. So, and because of that, I don't really have any concerns about that. Some of the other items that were mentioned, like code enforcement and abatements, if we can work on getting, some return on those, from the property owners, to be able to bill them for our expenses so that the taxpayers are not paying to clean up somebody's property. I think that's, that would be a good direction. I think this is a good proposal. I don't propose adding anything new because I think, for instance, when we get some of the plans that are due to us, I think that's the time to add budget items, is when we have a plan and we want to implement a plan. So, whether it's the park master plan or, whatever it is, I would like to have additions to the budget be consistent with implementing some of the plans that we have coming back to us.
Thank you, Councilor Toms. Did that conclude your comments? All right, yes, head nod. Councilor Tate.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of speak a little bit along those lines too. Is I don't feel comfortable spending one-time money on reoccurring costs. I think one-time money needs to be spent on one-time, one-time projects. I do know that we rolled a lot of projects over, and I understand that, which has kind of made this a little bit, our issue compounded about project completion, and we need the new staff in order to do that. One of the things that I think I would feel better if we came in with a balanced budget moving forward. We did talk, I want to say about 2 meetings ago, about somewhat prioritizing these projects and having a council discussion, or I don't know if it was a workshop or whatnot, but trying to really understand, okay, which projects do we see as being priority? And I think we talked about a matrix that was supposed to be developed, and we went over that matrix and then really didn't have a prioritization session, because some of these projects are going to be carrying forward for the next couple of years, right? I mean, I at least that's where we're going. So I'm just trying to understand what, I just have this feeling that the park master plan is going to come back and it's going to pop out even more projects, right? So it's just kind of like the sewer master plan. I'm pretty sure next meeting we're going to pop out even more projects. So I just want to make sure that one, we have that list, which I think staff's been doing a great job keeping that capital plan list. But really just diving into, okay, what do we see as priorities? And then what is staff as the professionals telling us as, hey, look, this should be a higher priority because it's a liability, or because we're going to need this, it's going to lead to more problems. So I'm wondering if that discussion is somewhere in between this approval process, or is that more when we get to budget review once we get into the year?
So I think that, I think this budget development process is that process. And we have the lists now in front of us, which are the projects that we expect to be carried forward. Many of those are capital projects, and so they're kind of running on a parallel process, as part of the development of the CIP. It's our expectation that so those two, we haven't talked about the justification in great detail tonight's meeting, but those 2 public works positions, the public works specialist and the associate civil engineer, both specifically to advance capital projects. So our expectation is that if those projects get funded, and they're not primarily funded by the general fund, so the general fund impact of adding those is relatively small because capital projects are funded with other sources. If we add those 2 positions, we're going to get all of those capital projects that are being carried forward underway. So I don't think, the prioritization discussion happens as part of the CIP development. So I don't think the council needs to have a conversation as part of the budget process about the prioritization of those CIP things. We're going to try and get them all done. And then beyond that, there aren't that many other one-time special projects in that list. There are one-time expenses, but they're not really necessarily special projects. So I think
my concern is more that this, once the reports start coming in, I'm worried about projects compounding, right? Like now we have a park slide that's dangerous for children to use that we have to address right now. And then that takes away from another project that may have been planned previous years.
Yeah,
So,
so I think that's inevitable. And I do want to kind of sequester the capital stuff because it's a different situation a little bit. It's not primarily general fund. It has its own revenue sources with different constraints, and it impacts just a really discrete part of the city organization. I do think it's inevitable that you can identify all of these worthwhile capital projects right now, but as all these master plans and assessments come in, new ideas are going to come to the fore. So it's completely inevitable that the city is going to have to go through an ongoing reprioritization project of the capital projects. But I do think of that as a separate thing. I don't think we have the same situation in the general fund budgets and activities. Most of the things that are being proposed are new staff to provide some higher level of service in a priority area of the city. So, talking about the police positions, talking about the creation of a full-time person in the city clerk's office, which increases access to public records and transparency. So those additions that are general fund additions and ongoing, in our view, in putting together this proposed budget, are directly responsive to things that we think are really important. What we've heard are both, really important priorities of the community and the council. And we can talk in more detail. And I can tell you for sure from my perspective and that of Director Guillory's, it is our aspiration to have a structurally balanced budget every single year. But we are, in the midst of some unusual times with the COVID recovery, with the city trying to right size its services to meet communities' demand after them having been so lean for so long. So I do think that we're in a peculiar period for the city in balancing our revenues and expenditures. And that's why I think that it's prudent to have a budget where ongoing expenditures exceed ongoing revenues for a 1-year period, particularly if we have a high degree of confidence in increased revenues next year. But that's for the city council to decide, and we can get into that greater detail at the next meeting.
Right. I just do want to say that we did see this coming, right? We did talk about this in previous years, that this year we were going to see a potential dip. I think that dip was a lot larger than 972,000, if I remember right. But I think that's still we're still in a good place for increasing those services. I'm feeling pretty good about it, but it's just going into something where it's unbalanced. You're going into the negative. Next month the bills are the same, right? So I just want to make sure that we have a way of carrying that forward, and then at the same time making sure that next year we meet our goals or have that difficult discussion of maybe, hey, we can't afford this ongoing. So I just want that on the radar for everybody. But no, great work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor T. Wanted to other thoughts from City Manager Murray, Director Guillory. Does any member of the council want to make a motion or additional direction, hopefully by motion? Okay, Councilor Tate.
Yeah, I would just like to see, and I don't know, this is more a discussion for the rest of the council, to see what that would look like if it was balanced and go through that exercise the next go around, just so that we have, going into this eyes wide open, right? We've expected this dip. I think everybody's seen that, but I think having that comparison side by side would be worth the exercise.
City Attorney Castro, is it best to have this direction in motion form? Just to make sure.
We could certainly entertain a motion just for clarity in the record. I think the clerk would probably appreciate that as well.
Fantastic. Let's do that. Councilor Tate, do you mind restating your comment in a motion form, please?
Yeah, just ask a motion for staff to come back with a proposed budget as presented, but also go through the exercise of what a balanced budget would look like and what that delta is between the two, so that staff can or for the council to understand, okay, this is what that would look like in service, the different service. And the public too. I think they should see why we're making this move, so.
Long motion. Okay, let's just reiterate. If the city clerk can remind us what that motion was or what you heard.
Again.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'd like to motion for staff to come back or give direction for staff to come back with the current proposed and a balanced budget so that we can see. I'll just leave it at that, and a balanced budget.
Thank you.
And we'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's clear. I have the motion. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, City Clerk.
Just to be clear, my last motion was crystal clear, but I think it was long. So the first one, this one is short.
Absolutely, very clear. Is there a second to that motion? Great, I'll second it. Awesome. City Clerk Bell, let's go to a discussion on that motion before we go to a vote.
Yeah, just a kind of a question is that, we have the proposed additional expenditures. And if we were to have more of a balanced budget, wouldn't those be the items that would all go away?
So yeah, and a little bit more to address any deficit that's, from the baseline budget. But we're happy to package that. I think we can package that in a way that makes it a little clearer what exactly would be in a balanced budget and what is in the revised proposed budget. So I think some of that information, you already have most of that information, but city staff is happy to package that in a way that I think might make it clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on the motion? Great. City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll?
Ms. Rubin?
No.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
And noting for the record that Mayor Salini is absent, motion carries.
Thank you. Any other motions that members of the council would like to make on this item? Not seeing any. I will actually I'll just give it once again to Director Guillory for any final thoughts you have, or and looking forward to more at a future council meeting. Well, thank you so much, Council, for that lively discussion and beginning to many more. And our next item on the agenda is item 13, which is citizens to be heard. This is open only to members of the public who did not speak under the first citizens to be heard agenda item 6. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda, and the time limit is 3 minutes for council items, and it's subject to modification by the mayor. And share or offer time to another speaker, and pursuant to provisions of the Brown Act, no action may be taken on a matter unless it's listed on the agenda or unless certain emergency and special circumstances exist. The City Council may direct staff to investigate and or schedule certain matters for considerations at a future meeting. Deputy City Stone, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do have one citizen who did not speak under the first citizen to be heard, and that is Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So one, I would like to invite the City Council to a musical of Crowns at Country Concert Civic Theater on Friday and Saturday evening at 7:30. Tickets are $40 a person or $20 if you get the youth rate. So just show proof of vaccination and you're in there. That's one. And then number two, Ms. Irma Ruport brought up some good points. I kind of captured it and I was like, she's she's passionate about what she's saying to you all. I say I kind of agree with her too. And then number 3 is and I brought this up the previous meeting. I said because I feel that the public should be included, like, you know, whenever the council decides on certain things. But it's like I just feel that if the public is allowed to speak for 3 minutes, I think that because I looked at the city of Richmond's procedures, it's like that each council member is allowed 5 minutes. And so I'm thinking that's something that the city of Pinole should, you know, consider, you know, like keeping the comments, you know, short, because we're trying to, like, you know, get to the good part of the meeting. So I'm just making an observation. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mayor Pro Tem, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much for all who spoke at Citizens to be Heard, either the first or second portion of the meeting. The last item on our agenda is adjournment. We will to the regular city council meeting of May 17, 2022, in remembrance of Amber Sports. And thank you all for this evening and for your patience for me. You all have